What's a man gotta do to get that kind of attention from you?
It's hard to say exactly, but you seem to be doing fine.
Well, great. Though truth is, it ain't me that wants you.
Oh?
No, Miss Jacqueline Natla does, from Natla Technologies. You know, creator of all things bright and beautiful.
Seal it, Larson.
Ma'am.
Feast your eyes on this, Laura. How does that make your wallet rumble?
I'm sorry. I only play for sport.
Then you'll like a big park. Peru, vast mountain ranges to cover, sheer walls of ice, rocky crags, savage winds, and there's this little trinket. An age-old artifact of mystical power is buried in the unfound tomb of Qualopec. That's my interest. You could leave tomorrow. Are you busy tomorrow?
Hello and welcome to another stream of the original Tomb Raider. It's part of my annual series playthrough. Hey there, Shaky. Thanks for redeeming Lara Dies accidentally. So I'll honor that redemption and find somewhere for Lara to die. Harbinger, you want to meet Ubisoft's developers for the new Prince of Persia game and ask them, what the hell were you thinking? Like, irrespective of the actual game itself, they're only releasing something like that so that they can hold on to the IP, because I'm pretty sure it's like with companies who do like certain games. I'm just trying to think of an example that I can use. Or it's like with DC stuff, like Warner Brothers has to make a Superman movie and a Batman movie at least before a certain amount of years runs out. And if they don't, then they lose the IP, or it goes up for grabs or something. So maybe it's that kind of situation with them. But yeah, like, number one, there's no Prince character that you play. Now, I know the story is that he gets kidnapped. But the problem with that is people who have waited since 2010 to play a brand new Prince of Persia game are now playing a game where you don't play as him. Now imagine if there was a Tomb Raider game and then 10 years later they came out with a new Tomb Raider game. They had done no Tomb Raider games, and then they made you play as someone who's not Lara because Lara is in a coma for the whole story. You know, but they're still they're still wanting to do the gimmicky thing. So you play as a group of immortals who have to rescue the prince, who has been taken to a forbidden land. And you play as multiple characters, it seems like, and all that kind of stuff. So it feels like they've taken an original IP that they had and decided to just slap the Prince of Persia thing on it, you know. But there's so many games in the series that I really like, and I'll just keep playing those until there's a new Prince of Persia game that I actually am interested in. But yeah, I wasn't really impressed by it. In fact, I was, more excited when I saw what they showed for Mortal Kombat 1. And there's also a game where you play as ghost hunters, but there's a twist. The other person is actually someone who's dead, and they're a ghost. And it looks like you can switch between the two characters. And you've got choices in it, like you can banish the person so that they don't get any peace after death, or you can give them peace, and that kind of stuff. And then you have these choices. So there's much more interesting stuff that I saw revealed that's of interest to me, which is Mortal Kombat 1, Alan Wake 2, seeing some of the gameplay that they showed, as well as that ghost hunting game that looks quite interesting as well. So I'm very curious to see what that game's going to turn out like. That's exactly right, Shaky. Might as well start off with a bang. Alright, so let's have a look and see what opportunities we have right here for Lara. Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make Lara do a swan dive off the edge here with a run-up. Thanks, Shaky, for redeeming Lara Dies accidentally. So there's a cooldown on that of 30 minutes because I didn't want the redemption to be something that people could redeem every minute, because then that would stifle my progression in the game. But there we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Shaky. Harbinger, did you really miss that redemption for 2 minutes? You must have done, Harbinger, yeah. Shaky was quicker on the draw. Hey, Assassin. Hello, and welcome to Lara's graphical forehead. Yeah, it's funny because I can't really get the camera. I can't get it to stay. The camera Even if you lightly press the button, will move it. But yeah, that would be interesting, not going to lie. Yeah, there's definitely going to be people that will be interested in that new Prince of Persia game, and that's fine. Like as much as I would have liked a different Prince of Persia game, it's not something that I would get up in arms over. It's just I wasn't really. It's not really like I like 2.5D side scrollers. Don't get me wrong, but that doesn't mean I like every single one of those. But part of me is like, it's a bit of a shame that they weren't returning to the 2D style in a classical sense as well. I mean, I would have preferred a remake of the original Prince of Persia, to be honest. I mean, you know, something like that would have been cool as well. Shaky, nice, oh Lord, the crunch. Oops, now it's an accident. Yeah, the sound of that, hey, it was just like... Yeah, Assassin. That sound, though. And that redemption is going to be active for all the annual playthroughs of Tomb Raider. All the way through, and including Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Oh yeah, I have Assassin, yeah. I've played all the mainline Tomb Raider games. And some of the side spin-offs and handheld games and stuff. Harbinger, you have to use a timer for that redemption or you'll forget about it. That's fair enough, Harbinger. I've noticed that Twitch seems to be a bit hit and miss with when someone redeems something with a cooldown on it. Like sometimes when I go and check to redeem something, it'll have a timer for when it's available again, yet sometimes it won't. But I don't know if that's only something that the streamer can see for their own channel. But it would be good for, you know, everyone to be able to see how long is left on a channel point redeem that has a cooldown on it. You'd think that would be something that they would put. So it's about 4:30 in the afternoon for me. I don't know if I'm going to be finishing... I don't know if I'm going to be starting Tomb Raider 2 today. But I've got a feeling that by the time I finish this game, it'll be a while because there's still a few levels left of the game, but you never know. But I haven't really optimized the game of Tomb Raider 2, so probably would be best to just say that I'm just going to finish this today and then next Thursday start Tomb Raider 2. Oops. in this first Tomb Raider game, Lara can't crouch and crawl. So when you come to things like this, you have to shimmy around and all that kind of stuff. But in Tomb Raider 2, I think that's when they added the crouch. Or maybe I could be wrong. Sometimes these earlier games blend together for me when I'm trying to remember which specific game introduced which specific mechanic. Assassin, this game reminds you of a bootleg Minecraft, does it? Yeah, Assassin, I wonder. Might just be an ornament. Assassin, so question, would this Tomb Raider game be like an arcade game since it has no storyline to it? Well, it does have a story. It's just that it's not as like frequent as in modern games. You know how there's always like a character talking to you, or there's always like a little like cutscene and things like that. But yeah, there is actually a story to these old Tomb Raider games. That damn boulder. Hey there, Afro. Really cool game. They should turn it into a movie and, I don't know, cast someone like Angelina Jolie. Yeah, maybe in some kind of like alternate universe they actually did that. They could have done. I mean, I had a dream once where they had done that, but maybe somewhere in some dimension it's actually a reality. Yeah, Afro was being funny, Assassin. Afro, a bit of a pre-weekend trolling. Haven't seen that movie for a while. Assassin, or about a movie starring Bob Ross when he paints his happy trees. Have they actually done a movie of him? Because I know they did a movie of Mr. Rogers with Tom Hanks. And the only reason I know about that character, of course, is... well, the first time I came across Mr. Rogers was a movie called The Burbs. But I hadn't seen the actual show, of course, being in Australia. But I do know that they made a movie of him. Harbinger, you bought 2 Claire costumes DLC in Resident Evil 2. The original 98 wasn't one of them. Sorry, but not sorry. It just looks so out of place compared to the rest of the game. Hey, that's definitely no worries, Harbinger. I don't think any less of you because you didn't want to get that that content. It's funny because it always looks like paper mache to me. Ah, thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, because we've got water here, alright, so Harbinger has redeemed. Lara accidentally dies. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. And also thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment as Schwarzenegger. Alright, so I found a movie to take a scene from and reenact it with my Schwarzenegger impression. Oh my God, what happened to your eyes? Where we're going, we don't need eyes to see. What are you talking about? I created the event horizon to reach the stars, but she's gone much, much farther than that. She tore a hole in our universe, a gateway to another dimension, a dimension of pure chaos, pure evil. When she crossed over, she was just a ship, but when she came back, she was alive. Look at her, Miller. Isn't she beautiful? Your beautiful ship killed its crew, Doctor. Well, now she has another crew. Now she has us. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. That's from Event Horizon. Harbinger, they kind of overdid themselves with the deaths in the latest Tomb Raider trilogy. They did. Yeah, they definitely wanted to take advantage of the more advanced graphics and stuff to do something like that. Assassin, they made a series of Bob Ross do about a movie. Oh, did they? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised that they've done something with him.
Precious, my sweet, precious. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum.
Thanks for redeeming that Gollum impression, Assassin. Harbinger, Arnold would crush the hell portal with just his arms. He'd be like, puny hell portal. Hey there, Death. Why does it look like you're farther than you already? So this is the first Egypt level still, but we've done all the Peru and all the Greece levels. So I think from memory there's 4 of these in Egypt, and then there's 3 in Atlantis. Death, all you know is you're in a cave-turned hall with velociraptors. Ah, okay. So you might still be in the first few levels, is it? Because I can't remember if any more dinosaurs show up. Thanks for the good luck wishes, Iosif. Death, damn, first few. Yeah, like if you're in some caves and stuff, then it'd be that. There are some caves in the last few levels, like Natla's mines, but I can't remember if there's any dinosaurs in that part of the game or not. Yeah, I mean, if you're sticking to like all the main games, that's 12 right there. Alright, that leads there anyway, so I don't want to sacrifice the health that I lost if there's another way to get there without losing it. And then I drop and lose health. Death, you'll pick up steam after the first few games. When you get analog control, you'll be golden. Yeah, because while you can actually control Lara's movements with like the control stick, the game obviously isn't designed for control stick use. Well, I mean the PlayStation version, I can't remember if you could or not. Death, you bought your older brother a PS4 controller so he can play a game with his wife. Turns out same day he bought a PS5. So while you were laughing at the circumstance and clear unnecessary purchase, he asked what console you have. You don't just keep upgrading GPU. Then he was puzzled and upset you have a 4090. Now you're bad for having an OP GPU while he has over 3 consoles in the same room. Oh no. Yeah, that's an interesting thing when you sort of like buy something for someone. Like sometimes it does work out where they either they've already gotten the same thing, or they get something that might, not be as powerful or something as what you had, like something that was more powerful or something than what you're going to give them and things like that. Death 10-year-old you was, look at these polygons. It's funny how things were back in the mid to late 90s, early 2000s with graphics and stuff. And then you get, like, you know, being able to get to the point where the seams on the character model weren't visible anymore and stuff like that. Death, you just remembered, wherever you are has apes in it. Oh yeah! So there's also Greece as well, that has apes. I wouldn't say it's bad, Death, because these games, like, especially without a mini-map, without a map at all, you know, like, all they gave you is a compass. So there's that aspect too of these older games in the series where there's just so many corridors and things. It's very easy to get, like, mixed up too, because there's some sections that are very, very similar. And then you got two different spots, but they have similar entrances to them as well. So when you actually go into them, you think, oh, I've been here before, so then you exit out, but then that's actually where you needed to go. But because the entrance looked the same as the other section, you know, you just did that. Are you still in the beginning? Well, without knowing which actual level, because they are named, I don't remember them all off the top of my head, but the levels are named. So there's, like, for example, the ape enemies, they're in multiple parts of the game. death, the first time you see the apes, also the first time a blonde guy shoots at you. Oh, because you've got Larson, who you do come across and he does shoot at you, but it's only like in one encounter. But you do have like Pierre, who constantly keeps appearing at certain points in the grease levels to shoot at you, and you can't kill him until the game wants you to actually be able to kill him. Like if I make a save and then reload some of the previous levels just to have a look. So you've got I think there was a level where I didn't save in straight away, or I saved over it. But like you've got this area like Francis Folly. And you got like the Colosseum. There we go, there's an ape. There's a couple of them. And you have like this Pallas Midas thing. Death. Great talk as always. Peace be with you, brother. Thank you so much, Death, for being here. I hope that things go well, and same to you. Hope you have a great one. in this game they don't let you shimmy around corners. They didn't program it to be able to do that. Just pointing that out in case someone's like, why don't you just shimmy around the corner? Couldn't do it in this one. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. I can't believe that it had the Automod had the issue with the word coward. It's like, okay, Automod. Buonasera, Vieri. We were just talking about you. I'm surprised to see you here. I thought the Patsy hired others to do their dirty work. It's your family that cries for guards when there's trouble, Codado. Afraid to handle things yourself. Your sister seemed quite satisfied with the handling I gave her earlier. Thanks for redeeming that quote from Assassin's Creed 2, or that conversation from it. Yeah, and that's the one that it censored. Coward. What a word.
No.
But you still can't believe they gave Carlos that haircut in Resident Evil 3 remake. Dude must have had rough time dealing with the COVID quarantine. Yeah. I mean, I never really had a problem with it. But I could see why fans wanted him to have his classic hairstyle. So that's understandable. So it's good that they actually allow you to be able to have him wear that for those who actually want him with that. Whenever I see Resident Evil 3 remake Carlos and the hair that they gave him, it always reminds me of Keanu Reeves. From his Bill and Ted days. When his hair was longish, but it was all, you know, messy like that. Actually, I can bring up an example. Of what Keanu Reeves looked like in Bill and Ted. The first two, at least. In the third movie, which is in 2020, it's a bit... like it's been a very long time. Although it's not really his Bogus Journey haircut. There we go. There's an image of what Keanu Reeves looks like in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Of course, Carlos has a beard in Resident Evil 3, but the hair that Keanu has in that movie reminds me of... that's what I'm reminded of when I see Resident Evil 3 remake Carlos and the hair that they gave him. There we go. It's a good look of the head of the Sphinx. I just saw that I've got 33 of those small medikits, so no harm in using one there. The thing about these old school Tomb Raider games too is that if you know you're near the end of the level, unless there's like a really major enemy that you're going to face that you know will kill you anyway, if it's just getting to the end of the level that you need to do, you get full health again at the start of each level. Sometimes I just wait until... Well, sometimes I don't use health because I know I'm near the end of the level. And then I'm going to get the health back anyway. And I wasn't paying attention. So that's why that happened. Ah, this is where I really... No. There's been memes about the fact that Lara goes to these ancient tombs that haven't been opened for centuries, and yet there's like shotgun parts. Then you have in this old school game places that no one's been to for thousands of years, and there's some health kits there for Lara to pick up and use. How considerate of them to have left that there just in case some explorer thousands of years later turns up and needs to heal themselves. Sometimes the friggin' bloody grabbing an item underwater, Lara doesn't want to lock onto it, so to speak, when you press the button to pick up when you're near it. They improved that in the sequel, where there's a sort of vacuum around the items underwater where Lara, as long as she's in the vicinity of it, will automatically float towards it. You can't be like, meters and meters away from it, but you don't have to be exactly on top of it. Just in Resident Evil 2 Remake, is it better to headshot zombies or aim for both knees than use knives if you want to kill them? You don't like leaving hordes of enemies around. Yeah, that's a good question. I know that the zombies take heaps of headshots, so there's no point in wasting your ammo on that. Unless you have a more powerful weapon, of course, that would increase the chances of a critical hit on the enemy. But as for like shooting them in the knees and then knifing them, maybe. I'm not too sure, Harbinger, because whenever I play those remakes, I wouldn't really say I'm the best person to emulate with those games and how you play them. I'm terrible with at least the early game. Once I get to like the midway point in the game and I've saved enough ammo and stuff, things seem to get a bit easier for me. Harbinger, you want to play it, you just have to click the button and then you'll be taking part in Leon and Claire's unescapable destiny. Oh yeah, Harbinger. Yeah. Lucinda's definitely someone who I know that is experienced with Resident Evil 2 Remake especially. Even though she was using some kind of unlockable that gives you infinite ammo. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of stuff I still need to unlock actually. Because that's something that I haven't done in those remakes yet, is actually work towards unlocking stuff. In Resident Evil 7, yeah. Yeah, the unlimited ammo and that would be very handy too. I'll be back in 2 hours. No worries at all, Harbinger. I think I'll still be streaming then. I don't think I'll be starting Tomb Raider 2 because there's still some things I need to set up, and that could take an hour anyway. So I may as well just say that I'll be starting Tomb Raider 2 next week on Thursday. Hello there, Senny. How's things going for you, dude? Tomb Raider's going well. We're getting through this level. Almost at the end of this level. Just had to deal with some mummified enemies that came back to life. The game is like, no, you cannot take a shortcut like that. At least not from that spot. Crooked, glad to hear it. You're doing well, having a nice morning so far, even though it's getting quite hot now. Is it? Yeah, that's the thing when weather changes like that and you're trying to enjoy your morning and you just want it to be a certain way. Glad to hear that you're doing well though, dude. Hopefully things get better in that regard for you today. Oh, that's right, the game doesn't want me to jump to that. Lara would have made it, but the game forced her to reposition. That. Crooked, the winged creatures' flapping noises sound like your dog about to puke. Lol, PTSD. Oh no. There's definitely stuff that just sounds exactly like something else. Which makes it one of those things where if you're wanting to get a sound effect for putting into something, you don't necessarily have to get the sound of the actual thing. Just get a sound that's similar. Cool, good. So apparently we're getting a first look on the making of Mirage today in about 7 hours. The first part is called Back to the Roots and will focus on parkour, stealth, and assassinations. Back to the roots, huh? Let's examine what that could mean. Could that mean taking some of the elements that one would consider the roots of a franchise? Or all the elements? Ubisoft be like, well, we're gonna have parkour in it, we're gonna have stealth in it, and we're gonna have assassinations in it. Expecting people to be like, oh my god! Which would be akin to telling people, hey, in the next Doom game, you're gonna have guns, you're gonna shoot demons from hell. And expect people to get excited, where it's like, shouldn't that be what we all expect? And so Back to the Roots, I assume for them also means still implementing some gameplay mechanics that the series didn't actually really need to have in every single game since its inception. And we've already done it 3 times in a row. But let's just include that mechanic again, even though we say we're going back to the roots, i.e. Basm has an eagle companion. Because Altair had one as well, Ezio had one, Xiao Jun had one, Aveline had one, Claudia Auditore had one. You know, every single assassin has an eagle companion. Not. When you have to try and get your fan base excited by standard elements that should always be part of your series, then you know you're in trouble. Good, yeah, you believe it when you see it. Exactly. Yeah, it's just like back to the roots. Okay, so even though Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla scaled the capabilities back for what you could do in parkour, we still have had parkour in the series, so that hasn't changed. Stealth, you know, Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, that has stealth in it. That hasn't changed. Assassinations, even though we're not playing as like an actual assassin in terms of like when the assassins were calling themselves assassins in Assassin's Creed Origins, and even though we're not playing anywhere near anything like an assassin in Odyssey, and then same as in Valhalla, we're not playing as an actual assassin, etc. Assassinations have still been in the series in Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. The simple act of sneaking up on an enemy and assassinating them hasn't changed. So the fact that they're using those as buzzwords in a way is just like, you don't Like, do they get what some fans have actually been meaning when they say they want to have a more advanced parkour system? Like, do they actually understand what that means? You know, I mean, it doesn't mean just bring it back the way it was and don't try to improve it from what it was. You know what I mean? But it's one of the reasons I'm just so skeptical about that game.
I still got a pain in my brain from you. And it's telling me funny ideas now, like to shoot you to hell.
But you never know. If they're going to give a first look at making, maybe we'll see actually something. But the problem with things like that is it's very easy to get people lost in the hype and excitement of seeing them behind the scenes. You know, it's very easy to take what they've filmed and edit it in such a way and add music to it to make it feel more than what it might actually be, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But if they actually go in and show us in the making of the actual work that they've done with the parkour and give us examples and say, hey, this is what we've actually done that's different to what we've done in the past 3 games, then that would be good. But you can't trust them to do that because they'll probably want to just be flashy and try to pull on people's nostalgia strings to try and get them to overlook or get lost in the kind of like allure of it, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But we'll see what they have and see what the making of is, you know, because I'm still going to be checking that kind of stuff to see what they're going to come up with. But I'm still going to wait until the game comes out and investigate and research it fully before actually buying it.
You just pulled the tough end of a wishbone. Howdy.
Afternoon,
Left Larson sucking wind then, eh?
if that is the phrase.
Well, your little vacation riot's over now. Time to give back what you've hijacked off me.
Let's try the lunchbox.
Well, kill her!
Hey!
You morons! Let's go.
What? That away. Probably just a fish. That is some fish, kid. Man, you have got to learn to chill. I'm going back inside. You coming? Steady. Here she goes.
We ready yet?
Hehe, yeah, Crooked. Lara doing a leap of faith. It's so funny how Natla is like, well, kill her. Lara's already done the dive, and then the dude with the Uzi shoots. Skateboard guy. Actually, he's roller skates. Or is he skateboard? I can't remember. One of the two. So this is the part of the game where, for those who haven't played it, they take away all your weapons. However, they still let you keep some ammo, but unfortunately all the ammo that you might have actually saved up until that point you lose. So I had like heaps more Magnum ammo than 44 and stuff like that, so. But you don't lose any health kits. And now we get our dual pistols back.
Ain't nothing personal.
Now we get our magnums back. Or is that machine pistol? Oh no, magnums, yeah. If you go too far into this area without the pistols, that enemy will still spawn in. So it's not one of those situations where he'll only spawn in once you have your weapons back. He'll spawn in even before you've gotten your dual pistols back. You got your wish there, effort. The urge to jump in the most flat-looking lava is real. It won't. It won't hurt much. It'll just tickle. Yeah, for TNT. It's dynamite. I know it's not meant to be it, but on the bottom right of the TNT box, it looks like a pair of lips. After you wonder what happens if you shoot it. Nothing. Thankfully. Afro, you're thinking a bit too ahead there. Not that I've actually played, but I don't know if there would be, because there's literally thousands of fan-made levels and games that were made using the Tomb Raider level editor, which initially came out in 2000. It was bundled with PC versions of Tomb Raider Chronicles, which was the 5th game in the series. And so many fan projects have happened using that since then. But it'd be funny if someone in one of their custom-made Tomb Raider 1 remakes actually made it that if you did shoot these as Lara, that it would blow up the box. You were thinking a bit too ahead there. Wouldn't be surprised if they initially wanted to do that. Have that be a thing, but then they thought, nah. Like, there's been people who've used the Tomb Raider level editor to even do Resident Evil style levels, and also literally changing Lara to look like Jill Valentine or Claire Redfield. Or actually, no, not to make Lara look that way, but using the character models from Resident Evil, the classic ones, for that. Although I think one of them did turn Lara into Jill. For one of those. Yeah, Fro, they do give you a decent amount of levels. With a lot of stuff in it too, as well. I think out of the first 5 games in the series, I don't know about Angel of Darkness, but I think in the first 5 games in the series, Tomb Raider Last Revelation has the most levels out of those ones. But then again, in Tomb Raider The Last Revelation, there's a lot of interlocking areas that get treated as separate levels, but the game requires you to travel back and forth through those areas multiple times. So you could say some of those levels are just basically one big level if you wanted to put them all together and count them as just one big level. But the good thing about that game too is that those areas are actually separated by a loading screen. And every time there's a loading screen, you get your health full. So when I get to that game, I'll definitely be able to save a lot of medipacks, because a lot of the time I'll just go back to the previous loading area and then go back in, and voila, Lara will have full health again. Oh, you checked it out, Afro? Oh, nice, cool. You did see the trailer of that Kojima documentary you mentioned, and I guess you should have known that Kojima is still a big personality outside the gaming community. Yeah, I was actually surprised in that trailer to even see that Australian director George Miller, who was behind the Mad Max movies as well as Happy Feet, and at one point was going to do the Justice League movie a long time ago. I was actually surprised to see him being interviewed as well. But you're right, though, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of filmmakers that he met when he was working with Del Toro on Silent Hills, and then Norman Reedus and that. But that you're doing something right if you transcend being known in just one industry. And I mean, he's always been inspired by movies, actually, like movies anyway. That's why a lot of his games are very much, cinematic in nature, and not just, in terms of like the actual acting and stuff that you see, but also in the actual techniques that filmmakers use. Not to say that he's the only one that's actually doing that. Obviously, there's filmmaking techniques that go into creating a lot of what we see in games today, especially when it comes to performance capture and all that kind of stuff. But Kojima really, really wants to immerse the player as much in that as much as the gameplay and all that kind of stuff. There's actually a movie that Guillermo del Toro has been trying to get off the ground for years. I haven't read the actual story, but it's based on a H.P. Lovecraft story called At the Mountains of Madness, I think. And he's been working on that for years, and I mean, maybe in recent times he's actually gotten the funding or whatnot that he needed to actually do it, and maybe he's actually working on it. But at one stage I think he was looking at having Tom Cruise play the main character, but not having read the actual original story, I don't know whether or not Tom Cruise would be a good fit or not. But if he never gets the opportunity to do it as a movie, then I wouldn't put it past him to collaborate with Hideo Kojima to bring it to life as a video game. because as far as I'm aware, there hasn't yet been a video game based on Lovecraft's work that is actually like big budget AAA sort of thing. Maybe there has been, and I just don't know, but...
You firing at me? You firing at me, huh? Ain't nobody else here. You must be firing at me. Huh? Ain't nobody else here. You must be firing at me. You firing at me? You firing at me, huh? Ain't nobody else here. You must be firing at me. At me, huh? Ain't nobody else here. You must be firing at me. You firing at me? You firing at me, huh? Ain't nobody else here. You must be firing at me.
There we go. Finally killed the Robert De Niro wannabe skater, rollerblader, motherfucker. There we go. Right, now we get Lara's Uzi's Uzi 9mm 40 watt plasma rifle. Afro, there are certain people in every community and field that everyone knows the name of, even though you might know nothing about said field or community, and Kojima is certainly one of those people. You couldn't tell you where you heard his name first, you just knew it. Yeah, that's definitely a good point as well. And so many people can just know so many, different kind of names, but not necessarily even know what they look like, or know what they sound like, or know what they've even worked on before. But they might have heard people talk about them and see them referenced and spoken about by different people. And yeah, he was skating around. Yeah, I think the enemy's name is supposed to be the Kid. But yeah, he's a pain in the ass. You firing at me? You firing at me? I'm the only one here, so you must be firing at me. Like, I wonder how long he practiced that spiel before Lara turned up in front of him. But aside from how cheesy that is, it is a good reference to Taxi Driver, starring Robert De Niro. The scene where he's looking at himself in the mirror and he's giving himself like a bit of a pep talk kind of thing. Or he's trying to, see what he looks like when he's practicing what he's going to say. Except, of course, he's not saying, "Are you shooting?" You know, shooting at me. You shooting at me? There's no one else here, so he must be shooting at me. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Afro, try to imagine sometimes how the kids would have reacted to the graphics of this game or even the PS2. When you bought yours, the PS3 was already out for a long time and you never looked at the games of either generation and go, wow, that's real life, until the PS4 came out. Yeah. And I think what shapes your perception of certain things, depending on what age you are, is what other things you have to compare it to as well. And when you look back at the earlier games on a new system, as in when the system was new, like if you look at the early PS1, the early PS2 and PS3 and, all that kind of stuff. If you look at those early games in that console's life cycle, you can definitely see that later on, because the developers have more experience with the actual hardware and all that kind of stuff, they get heaps of stuff out of it, and then you get the games that come out towards the end of a console's life cycle as well. But if there's already been a big leap, but you haven't seen that, then you might think that the generation of consoles before that new one is the best, and you think, oh, this looks so great. But then you see what's come out next, and then you're like, oh, what? This is even, next level to that even. But yeah, there's a lot of games that, even though they're old, there's still some things about them that are good. But obviously, whether or not someone can put up with certain things is another story with certain games, especially gameplay mechanics and stuff that might not have been refined until later games in a different console generation, for example. Anakin, 1996. Who plays old games now, man? Play Call of Duty 2 or something. It's funny, I never actually played that one. The first Call of Duty game I ever played was Modern Warfare, the original. And after I had played that, I tried the third one, but I just couldn't get into it. Is it really, Anakin? So, it's a good old school Call of Duty game? You would say so? Cool. Afro. 2 is indeed a cult game, but Modern Warfare is truly where it took off. Yeah, it's interesting with franchises because, you know, sometimes you get those first 2 or 3 that are good, but it's not until you get to like the 4th or you get to a certain point where the franchise really hits its stride and gains even more people who want to play it.
Say cheese!
Alright. Now Lara has a shotgun back. We're pretty much, I think from memory, are we? Yeah. Getting closer to the end of the level. Afro, your first Call of Duty was Black Ops 2. You were aware of the Modern Warfare games, but only you only saw your elder cousins play them. You were a few years behind. Oh, that's fair too. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, like, and it's like with so much stuff, you know, it's very easy for people to think that just because you know of something that came out a long time ago, that means that you were around then, or you were around then and you were completely aware of the significance of such a thing, you know. And that's why, you know, you have so many people who have nostalgia not just for the games that they themselves played, but also have nostalgia for watching people play the games that they watched, you know, an older sibling or an older relative play, you know. And that makes sure that that game or whatever it is continues to be experienced as well. And that's what I love about retro stuff, how whether or not someone likes the retro thing, as someone who, you know, for example, if you look at games that came out on the NES and the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive and / Genesis and all this kind of stuff, like, when I see someone who plays retro games for the first time and enjoys it, that's great, of course, but even if someone doesn't end up liking it, I'm glad they even gave it a shot to even try. And then, you know, see if they like it or not. And there's so much stuff too from one generation to the next that has an overlap as well. Because you might be of the generation that sees a big, massive technological advancement happen. However, depending on when you were born, you might also know of a piece of technology that by the time you were born was on its last legs. And was something that you knew about as well. There's always something that's transitioning from one phase to the next. And it's just like things like, you know, when you look at the start of a decade versus the end of one. At the start of a new decade, for example, you still see elements from the previous decade. But then as the years go on in that decade, you start to see it form its own unique kind of identity. And then by the time it gets into the end of that decade, it's well and truly solidified itself as that decade. And then when the next decade comes along, it still has remnants of that previous one, and so on and so forth. And all that kind of stuff.
No.
No, Lara, you don't agree? Oh, okay, that's fair enough. Afro, you would say it was cassettes and floppy disks in your case. You were aware of them, but they were truly on its last legs. Exactly, yeah. You know, and it's the same with things like, because I remember when I was like a kid, when I was, between the ages of like 5 and 9, there were still phones where if you wanted to dial the number, let's say your number was, I'll just say a number that is just random, like, just say you wanted to dial the number 67, right? You'd have to put your finger on the dial for the number 6, and then you'd have to spin it around and then grab the next number and spin it around, So I was really young when those were on the way out, and then you started to get the phones that had like the touch buttons on it instead and all that kind of stuff. And same with like cassettes and things. By the time I was a teenager, it was well and truly, portable CD players like Discmans and all that kind of stuff. And then when you get into the era of like, iPods and, like phones and all that kind of stuff, But then that's the funny thing that happens. That stuff, as you get older, then becomes less and less prominent. And then the new thing comes along. That's it, Kill Bandit. Yeah, the rotary. Yeah, the rotary phone. That was the name of them. Thanks for that. How's it going? Kill Bandit, you remembered them, and you're going good? Excellent. That's great to hear, Kill Bandit. Afro mini discs, the most short-lived invention. The only time you saw them were with PSPs and the manual guides and stuff that you got with any electronic product in the mid-2000s. Yeah, you know, like there's certain technology that seems to just slip through the cracks, or isn't really taken on board by a lot of people, you know, and it sort of has its like supporters and all that kind of stuff, but overall it's not enough to make it any prominent kind of thing or to overtake anything really like that. And I think too, like the GameCube discs, for example, were smaller in size too as well. I don't know if they were the same size as the mini disc, if they were actually considered a mini disc, or if there was something that was similar. Kill Bandit, they even had movie discs that were the size of vinyl records. Oh yeah, like that was the laser disc, wasn't it? That was something that I never had or even saw until they weren't relevant anymore. And I was like, oh. Because for my awareness at the time, I thought it just went from like VHS to DVD, and there was nothing in between. And then when I would see the word Laserdisc, I just thought, oh, that might just be another name for DVD. I didn't realize it was a whole other thing until much later after that. Afro Blu-ray still relevant? That's the thing. I mean, it's come to think of it, it's actually been a very long time since I even bought a Blu-ray. Because I sort of, when it came to movies that I wanted to see, I decided if I really want to see it, I'll just get it on streaming or something, you know, instead of actually buying the disc and stuff. Kill Bandit. They were short-lived, lol. Very short-lived, yeah. So for these Tomb Raider playthroughs, doing my annual series run, I've got a channel points reward that will be covering all the Tomb Raider games, from this one right here, up until and including Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and it's to redeem Lara, quote-unquote, accidentally dying. So what I'll do is I'll make Lara die on purpose, if it gets redeemed, in whichever way is the closest to where it might be when it's redeemed, and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be active for more than just this first Tomb Raider game. It'll be active during the whole annual series playthroughs that I'll be doing. Chewy the Nord, thank you so much for the follow. There is a 30-minute cooldown on that channel point reward though, because if I had it, like, yeah, I could probably put it as every 10 minutes, but still, wanted to put a decent cooldown on it so that I'm not spending too much time killing Lara and not progressing through the game, for example. We're now in the pizza topping area. Well, not really the topping. Underneath the topping. Those groans in this game are still pretty creepy. Hey, Lucinda coming in with the 22 months in a row. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. That's amazing. Thank you for that, Lucinda. I really appreciate it. Good morning to you as well. I hope you're off to a great start today. How's Tomb Raider going this morning? We're finishing today? Absolutely, yeah. This is the second last level. So we're definitely going to be finishing. I decided to leave starting Tomb Raider 2 until next Thursday because I still need to double check and triple check things for it because I've got the game loading up okay, but I haven't actually locked things in and sorted stuff out. So it's going to take a bit of time to do that. So I'd rather not have people waiting for me to start Tomb Raider 2 while I go off and do that stuff, which could take an hour or two. And that, but we're definitely on track to finish this, which will be good, because if I can finish a Tomb Raider game once a week, then that'll work out well. But yeah, that's the plan is. Yeah, so we're getting very, very close to finishing this one. Of course. Jump too far. It's funny, Lucinda, I've had two redemptions in this stream to kill Lara, quote-unquote, accidentally. The first one was to do a running and jump and dive swan and then neck break. And then the second one I did was just drowning. Lucinda, people can request how you die, or do you decide that? Yeah, I sort of worded it so that it's kind of like whatever the closest thing is to Lara that can kill her when it gets redeemed. But there's definitely so many different ways to die, like diving from a great height, getting burned by the fire, falling into spikes, all that kind of stuff. And it's something I'm going to have active for all the Tomb Raider games I'm playing for the annual series. So we'll be able to see like how more advanced the death animations get. Bacon Lara. Hey there, Lighters. Hit the Madonna Tartar's Lara from Tomb Raider 1 and a clone E.T. or Inside Out Lara. That was on point. Hello there, Lighters. How's things been going, dude? Welcome on in. So this is the doppelganger of Lara that Natla had been working on. And in the original Prince of Persia, there's also a clone doppelganger of the prince, or the character that would become the prince at the end of the game, that faces off against you at certain points. Like in that game, any attacks that you do on the actual doppelganger will actually hurt you too. So in this version of, well, and so in Tomb Raider, if you shoot your doppelganger, you lose health too. The difference being in this one, to deal with the doppelganger, you don't just put your weapons away and then run into the person like you do in the original Prince of Persia. In that game, you have to put your sword away when you can. In the final part where you face off against your doppelganger, you simply put your sword away and then run into it, and then it destroys it. Whereas in Tomb Raider, with the doppelganger, you have to set a trap for it. Lidus, Pagan Lara. Bacon Lara. Thank you so much for doing all the lurking that you do, Lidus. It's really appreciated. There we go. So that deals with Doppelganger. Sometimes there will actually be a glitch where I think from memory Bacon Lara or the Doppelganger will disappear from the area. Either that or will stand still. Whatever the case is, if there's any glitches that happen, don't worry if your save wasn't nearby. If you actually exit the area and come back in, the Doppelganger should be fine then. That's happened to me sometimes. Yeah, Lidus, exactly. Game logic. Shoot the Doppelganger and you lose health too, yet make the Doppelganger fall to its death and you're fine. Good one, Lidus. Fuck you, Motaro. Oops. Look at the grin on that creature. Nice fun, Lucinda. So Lidus, I don't know, did you see the trailer for the new Prince of Persia game? Because I saw it and I'm like, took you 10 years to do a new Prince of Persia game, Ubisoft, and that's what you're giving us? I mean, shit, it's been more than 10 years, actually. The last brand new Prince of Persia game was Forgotten Sands in 2010. I mean, maybe there was like a mobile game or something that might have come out after that, but I mean like a proper actual main entry title in the series. That was the last time there was one. I don't mind the actual fact that it's like 2.5D, but it's just... and like the prince himself. Shit. Better get Lara off. Ah, great. Of course I'd save it there. There we go, that's better. But yeah, the story of it is the prince has been kidnapped and taken to a forbidden land. So this character and their group of immortal magical friends decide to rescue the prince. So I'm like, that's a great story, but fans of the series who have waited since 2010 to have a brand new Prince of Persia game do not want to play some randos for the whole game. Earlier I used an example of, imagine if there hadn't been a Tomb Raider game for 10 years and then they decided that the story for the Tomb Raider game that they were going to make would be that Lara is in a coma for the whole game and you play as Larry. Some dude.
You can't do this.
We condemn you, Natla of Atlantis, for your crimes, for the flagrant misuse of your powers, and for robbing us of ours.
You can't,
Breaking the three bond of consent that our people are ruled and secured under, and invading Teopan and myself with our army, our warriors, empty from our pyramid, so that you can use the pyramid, its powers of creation, for your own mindless destruction.
Mindless? Look at you! Neither of you have one squirt of inventive juice in your heads. Wasters.
Let's just do it.
Tehokan!
You use the sacramental place as a source of individual pleasure. As some freak factory.
They're survivalists, a new generation.
A slaughter heap now. And you. We're gonna lock you in limbo. Make your veins, heart, feet, and that diseased brain stick solid with frozen blood. Greet your eternal unrest, Natla!
You won't rest either, or your damned continent in death. Back again.
And you? For a grand reopening, I assume.
Evolution's in a rut, natural selection at an all-time low. Shipping out fresh meat will incite territorial rages again. Will strengthen and advance us. Even create new breeds.
Kind of evolution on steroids, then.
A kick in the pants. Those runts Qualopec and Tehokan had no idea. The cataclysm of Atlantis struck a race of languoring wimps. Plummeted them to the very basics of survival again. It shouldn't happen like that.
Or like this.
Hatching commences in 15 seconds.
Too late for abortions now.
Not without the heart of the operation.
No!
10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dun dun dun. Uh. Well, that's an interesting boss. No reloading necessary. Yeah. What an abomination that is. What a way to die as well. Reminds you of Darla. Wake up, fishy. Wake up, fishy. What's that from, Lucinda? Yeah, interesting. It's good to not have to reload.
Can't do this.
Oh, it's from Finding Nemo, is it? I gotcha. Had a feeling it might have been, but I wasn't sure though.
Back again.
And you? For a grand reopening, I assume.
Evolution's in a rut. Natural selection at an all-time low. Shipping out fresh meat will incite territorial rages again. Will strengthen and advance us. Even create new breeds.
Kind of evolution on steroids, then.
A kick in the pants. Those runts Qualopec and Tehocan had no idea. The cataclysm of Atlantis struck a race of languoring wimps. Plummeted them to the very basics of survival again. It shouldn't happen like that.
Or like this.
Hatching commences in 15 seconds.
Too late for abortions now.
Not without the heart of the operation.
No!
10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Toasty! Haven't you would redeem a Lara death, but you were having annoyances already. That's completely fine. I definitely don't mind honoring that redemption, even if I'm already dying. You know, if you redeem it, I'll definitely honor it.
can't bump off me and my brood so easy, Lara.
Alright. There is a way to actually not have to worry about killing Natla at all to get out of this location, but it is so time consuming, annoying and frustrating that I'm not going to even bother to do it because her explosive attacks are damn annoying. So once we do this part, that's the end of the game. Yeah, Lucinda, Finn. And there we go. That's the game. Thanks for the GG's, Kill Bandit. Thanks for the GG's, Lucinda. So back when this game came out, the next Tomb Raider game would come out the following year in 1997. Tomb Raider 2. That's okay, Lucinda. I know what that's like too as well, accidentally pressing the enter too soon. Thank you so much for the GGs. Can be annoying when that kind of stuff happens. So Tomb Raider used to be a yearly release. This was 96, Tomb Raider 2 was 97, 3 was 98, Last Revelation was 99, and Chronicles was 2000. And then the next one after that wouldn't be until 2003 with Angel of Darkness. And then after that, the first reboot, Tomb Raider Legend in 2006, Anniversary, which is a remake of this and a prequel to Legend in 2007, Underworld in 2008, and then there wasn't another main entry in the series from 2008 to 2013 when the hard reboot came out. So yeah, the first few games were a yearly release cycle. So that concludes the playthrough of Tomb Raider 1996 for this annual series playthrough. I'm going to wait until next week, next Thursday, to start Tomb Raider 2. So that's the next Tomb Raider game that's lined up. So I'll be streaming that on Thursday. And the next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I'm going to be starting my music-only playthrough of that game. So there won't be any dialogue effects, there won't be any sound effects, it'll just be the music. I'll be playing the main game as well as the Freedom Cry DLC as well, with just the music only. And as far as how much content I'm going to do, I'm going to include doing some of the legendary ships, but not taking them on to win, just taking them on to get the music that plays when you take them on. However, one of the phases of the playthrough to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Black Flag will include doing all the legendary ships, just not the music only one. I just want to get the music that plays when you take on one of the ships in part of that playthrough. So that's what I'll be streaming next. So if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed Black Flag and you're only hearing the music, don't worry, it's not a glitch, there's nothing wrong with the game. I've purposely turned it so that only the music plays. That's phase 2 of celebrating that game's 10th anniversary. So if you see me streaming that, you'll know it's become Saturday. You did, Harbinger, yeah. Yeah. So that's all. I need to set some things up for Tomb Raider 2, and by the time I do that, it'll be probably an hour and a half, 2 hours. So I'd rather start fresh next Thursday and do a long stream of it. So we're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing Assassin's Creed Origins. I thought Stream Elements was going to be silly there for a moment. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, who is playing through A Plague Tale Requiem, first playthrough. That's her Thursday and Friday game at the moment. Does do streams on weekends, but I'm not sure what game Lucinda has in mind. But on Mondays and Tuesdays, it's Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. And Mondays and Tuesdays, she's going through all the main Assassin's Creed games. So she's up to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Also a fan of the Dishonored series, as well as the Resident Evil series. Would also like to highly recommend people check out Lightus as well. He's a big fan of retro games. He's playing a variety of different ones. Some of the franchises that he likes a lot is Mortal Kombat, as well as Street Fighter, Tekken, also Streets of Rage, as well as Resident Evil. They're both great streamers. They both have a really cool community, and definitely recommend checking out their channel if you haven't before. And that's no worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. And thanks everyone for being here and watching. And that's no worries at all, Lucinda and Kill Bandit, for the stream. It was good to revisit this game again and finish it off this week. So if I can stick to this for a bit, like if I can at least finish the old school games one per week, doing it Thursdays and Fridays, then I should be able to get through all 12 games that I'm going through before the year ends. So we're going to go raid Crocodile, see how he's doing. Thanks everyone for watching. Going to post in some raid emotes that people can feel free to put in. There's that one. And there's also a variation here with some free follower emotes as well, so I'll post that too. There we go. And that's the one I want. Close down Tomb Raider. Thanks everyone for watching, and catch you next time.